Welcome to Dreamshade Stories, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now, let's begin our story. The Woman Who Lived with Seasons. Chapter 1. The Cabin Where Time Moves Differently. The woman woke as she always did, with the first pale light touching the window above her bed. The glass was old, warped slightly at the edges, and through it the morning arrived softened and dreamlike. She lay still for a time, listening to the forest waking around her. Birds called from somewhere deep in the trees, their voices layered and distant. The air in the cabin held the cool dampness of early spring, and she pulled the quilt closer before finally rising. Her feet found the wooden floor, smooth from years of walking the same paths between bed and stove, stove and table, table and door. The boards creaked in familiar places. She knew each sound, could map the cabin in her mind by the language of the wood alone. First the creak near the bed, then the softer groan by the bookshelf, then the nearly silent spot before the kitchen area where the floor had been replaced some years ago, though she could no longer remember exactly when. The stove stood cold and dark. She knelt before it, her knees protesting slightly, and began the morning ritual of building a fire. Paper first, twisted into loose spirals. Then kindling, arranged in a careful structure that allowed air to move through. Finally, the larger pieces of wood, split last autumn and dried through the winter. She struck a match and watched the flame catch, grow, spread through the paper and into the kindling. The fire made its small crackling sounds, and smoke began to rise up the chimney. While the stove warmed, she filled the kettle from the water bucket near the door. The water was cold, drawn from the stream the evening before. She set the kettle on the stove and waited, standing at the window and looking out at the trees. They were still mostly bare, though some carried the faint green suggestion of coming leaves. Spring arrived slowly here, reluctant and gradual. Winter released its hold one cold morning at a time. The kettle began to whisper, then to hum, then to sing its rising note. She poured water over dried herbs in a clay cup, watching the colors seep out and swirl through the water. Chamomile and mint from last summer, stored in glass jars on the shelf. The steam rose and she breathed it in, feeling the warmth on her face. She carried her cup to the table and sat in the chair that faced the window. This was her place, where she sat each morning, where she watched the day arrive and the forest reveal itself. The light changed as she sat there, moving from gray to silver to pale gold. Shadows shifted under the trees. A deer moved through the clearing beyond the cabin, stepping carefully, pausing to listen, then continuing on its way. Time passed as it always did here, slowly and without urgency. She finished her tea and set the cup aside. There were things to do, as there were always things to do, but they could wait a little longer. The morning was still new, still unfolding. She remained in her chair, watching, listening, present in the quietness. Eventually she rose and began her day. She swept the floor, moving the broom in long strokes from one end of the cabin to the other. Dust and ash, bits of bark brought in on her boots, a few dried leaves that had somehow found their way inside. She swept it all toward the door, then out onto the porch where the wind would take it. The porch faced east, and in the morning it was filled with light. She stood there for a moment, looking at her small domain. The woodshed to the left, stacked full of split logs. The garden plot ahead, still covered in last year's mulch, waiting to be turned and planted. The path leading away into the trees, worn smooth by her feet, leading to the stream and to the places she walked each day. She decided to walk to the stream. She pulled on her boots, worn soft and comfortable, and took the bucket from its hook. The path wound between the trees, and she followed it without thinking, her feet knowing the way. The forest was thick here, pine and fir and oak, their trunks rising like pillars. The ground was soft with needles and leaves, years of them layered and slowly decomposing. The sound of water reached her before the stream came into view. It was running high with snowmelt from the mountains, cold and clear and quick. She knelt at the bank and filled her bucket, watching the water swirl and settle. Her reflection appeared, wavering and indistinct. She looked at it for a moment, then lifted the bucket and started back. The return walk was slower, careful not to spill. Water sloshed against the sides of the bucket, a rhythm that matched her steps. She passed the same trees, the same rocks, the same bent sapling that had grown at an angle, reaching toward light. Everything was familiar, had been familiar for so long that she sometimes wondered if she had dreamed it all into being, if the forest was something she had made rather than found. Back at the cabin, she poured some of the water into a basin and washed her face and hands. The cold shocked her skin awake. She dried herself with a cloth that hung near the stove, rough linen that smelled faintly of wood smoke. Then she prepared a simple breakfast. Oatmeal cooked slowly on the stove, stirred occasionally, with a spoonful of honey mixed in when it was done. She ate at the table, looking out the window. The deer had returned, or perhaps it was a different deer. It was hard to say. They all moved in the same careful way. All paused and listened with the same tense alertness. She watched it browse on the new growth at the edge of the clearing, its movements unhurried and methodical. After breakfast, she washed her bowl and spoon and set them to dry. Then she sat in the chair by the window with a piece of mending. A shirt with a torn seam, the fabric worn thin at the shoulder. She threaded a needle and began to sew, small, careful stitches, her hands moving with the practiced ease of countless repairs. The thread pulled through the fabric with a soft whisper. Outside, the morning continued, the light growing stronger, the shadows shorter. Time moved in its own way here. Not quickly, not slowly, but steadily, like water flowing over stones. She sewed, and the shirt was repaired. She looked up, and the deer was gone. She looked down, and the thread needed rethreading. Small tasks, small moments, one following another in an endless patient sequence. By midday, the cabin had warmed, and she opened the door to let in fresh air. The breeze moved through, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. She stood in the doorway, neither inside nor out, feeling the air on her skin, listening to the forest sounds. Somewhere far away, a woodpecker drummed against a tree. The rhythm was steady, purposeful, then stopped suddenly, then began again. She spent the afternoon in the garden, turning the soil with a spade. The earth was heavy and cold, clumped and difficult. She worked slowly, breaking the clumps, pulling out roots and stones, mixing in the composted material from last autumn. Her back ached and her hands grew sore, But she continued, row after row, until the light began to change and the shadows grew longer. The work left her tired in a pleasant way, her muscles warm and loose. She stood at the edge of the garden, looking at what she had accomplished. Not much, perhaps, by some measures. A few rows turned, a small section ready for planting. But it was progress, and progress was enough. Inside, she lit a lamp as the evening gathered. The flame flickered behind the glass, casting a warm glow. She prepared dinner, simple and plain. Soup made from dried beans and vegetables from the root cellar, heated slowly on the stove. Bread from yesterday, still good, torn into pieces to dip in the soup. She ate while darkness filled the windows, turning them into mirrors that reflected the lamplight and her own indistinct shape. After dinner, she sat by the fire with a book. The pages were yellowed and the spine was cracked, and she had read it many times before. But the words were like old friends, familiar and comforting. She read slowly, sometimes pausing to stare into the fire, watching the flames shift and dance. The wood popped and settled, sending up sparks that died quickly in the darkness of the chimney. The night deepened. The fire burned lower. She added another log and watched it catch, then closed her book and prepared for bed. She washed in the basin, changed into her night clothes, brushed her hair with long strokes. The routine was soothing, each action leading naturally to the next. In bed, she lay listening to the night sounds. An owl called from somewhere in the trees, its voice low and hollow. The wind moved through the branches with a sound like distant water. The cabin creaked and settled around her, its own breathing. She closed her eyes and felt sleep approaching, gentle and inevitable. And the forest held her there, in the small cabin among the trees, as it had held her through so many nights before. Time continued its patient movement, seasons preparing to turn, the world spinning through darkness toward another dawn. Chapter 2. When Green Returns to the World. The mornings grew warmer, degree by degree, day by day. The woman noticed it in small ways. The frost that had covered the windows through winter appeared less frequently, then not at all. The ice along the edges of the stream melted and the water ran free. The birds changed their songs, adding new notes, new urgency. She stood at the window one morning and saw the first green leaves unfurling on the oak tree near the clearing. They were pale, almost yellow-green, tender and new. She watched them for a long time, feeling something shift inside her, some tightness releasing. Spring was truly arriving now, not just promising, but delivering. The garden called to her more insistently. She spent longer hours there, preparing the soil, marking out rows with strings stretched between stakes. The work was hard and her body protested, but there was satisfaction in it. Her hands grew dark with soil, dirt collecting under her fingernails, and she let it stay there. It felt right somehow, to carry the evidence of her work. She planted seeds, beans and squash, lettuce and herbs, carrots and onions. Each seed was small, almost nothing, and yet each carried within it the potential for growth, for green leaves and strong roots, for food that would sustain her through the coming year. She covered them gently with soil, patted the earth down, and watered them with water carried from the stream in her bucket. The days established a new rhythm. Wake with the dawn, build the fire, prepare tea, sit at the window. then to the garden, working until the sun grew too warm or her body too tired. A simple lunch, perhaps some rest, then more work or other tasks. Mending and cleaning, gathering wood, walking the forest paths. Dinner as the light faded, an hour by the fire, then bed. Weeks passed, and the seeds sprouted. She saw the first green shoots pushing up through the soil and felt a quiet joy. They were so small, so fragile, and yet they came up with such determination. She tended them carefully, pulling weeds that appeared around them, ensuring they had enough water, watching them grow day by day. The forest transformed around her. The bare branches filled with leaves, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft green glow. Flowers appeared in the understory, white and purple and yellow, their blooms brief and intense. The air filled with the smell of growing things, of pollen and sap and damp earth. She walked more in the evenings, following the paths she knew and sometimes venturing onto new ones. The forest was vast, larger than she could fully explore, and yet she felt she knew it intimately. She recognized individual trees, certain rock formations, the way the light fell in particular clearings. The land had become part of her, or she had become part of it. The distinction seemed less clear as time went on. One evening she came upon a fallen tree, recently toppled by wind or age. It lay across the path, its roots exposed and reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers. She stood looking at it for a long time. There was something about the fallen tree that moved her, though she couldn't say exactly what. Perhaps it was the reminder that nothing lasts forever, that even the largest and strongest things eventually fall. Or perhaps it was simply the beauty of the exposed roots, their intricate network revealed. She found a way around the fallen tree and continued on. The path led to a small clearing she had visited before, where a single large stone sat in the center like an altar. She sat on the stone and watched the evening arrive. The light changed from gold to amber to deep blue. The first stars appeared, faint at first, then brighter. A bat flew past, erratic and quick, hunting insects in the dimness. She sat until full darkness had fallen, then made her way back to the cabin using the path by memory and feel. The windows glowed faintly with lamplight left burning inside, a beacon in the darkness. She felt her way up the porch steps and through the door, into the warmth and familiarity of her small home. The nights were shorter now, and she sometimes sat up later, reluctant to end the day. She would sit by the fire with her book, or sometimes just sit and watch the flames, letting her mind wander where it would. Memories surfaced and drifted away. She thought of other times, other places, but they seemed distant and unreal compared to the solid presence of the cabin, the fire, the night outside. The vegetables in the garden grew steadily. She watched them with satisfaction, seeing the leaves spread and the plants strengthen. She weeded around them, watered them during dry spells, and talked to them sometimes when she was alone, telling them to grow strong, to push their roots deep. Rain came more frequently, soft spring rain that fell for hours and left everything dripping and fresh. She would stand on the porch during the rain, watching it fall through the trees, listening to its many voices. The rain on the roof, the rain on the leaves, the rain on the ground. Each surface created its own sound, and together they formed a symphony of water. After the rain, mushrooms appeared. She knew which ones were safe and collected them in a basket, taking only what she needed and leaving the rest to release their spores. She cooked them simply, sautéed in a pan with herbs from the garden, and ate them while they were still warm. The taste was earthy and rich, like the forest itself. Time continued its movement, steady and unhurried. The days grew longer, reaching toward summer. The woman worked and rested, walked and sat, lived in the rhythm of the seasons. There was no urgency, no deadline, no pressure except what the land itself provided. Plant when the soil is ready. Harvest when the vegetables are ripe. Gather wood before winter. Simple truths that guided her days. One morning, she woke to find a bird had built a nest under the eave of the porch. She could hear the young birds chirping, insistent and demanding, and occasionally she glimpsed the parent birds coming and going with food. She watched them when she could, moved by their tireless devotion, their constant work to feed the hungry mouths. The nest was a reminder that she was not alone, even in her solitude. The forest teemed with life, with creatures going about their own survival, their own rhythms and routines. She was simply one more being among many, living her life, taking up her small space in the vast web of existence. She found peace in that thought. There was no need to be more than she was, to do more than she did. The seasons would turn regardless. The forest would continue regardless. She was simply here, part of it all, witness to the endless cycle of growth and decay, life and death, spring following winter, following autumn, following summer. And the green world spread around her, full and lush and alive, while she tended her garden and walked her paths and lived her quiet days. The cabin stood solid and sure, a small point of human presence in the vast wilderness, and she was grateful for it, for the shelter it provided, for the way it held space for her solitude. Chapter 3: The Long Days of Summer Light. Summer arrived not with a sudden change, but with a gradual intensification of what had already begun. The days stretched longer, the heat built more insistently, the green of the forest deepened into something almost dense. The woman adjusted her rhythms to match, rising earlier to work in the garden before the sun grew too fierce, resting in the shade during the hottest hours. The vegetables flourished. The beans climbed their poles, twining upward in spiral patterns that seemed miraculous in their perfect geometry. The squash spread across the ground, their broad leaves creating shade that kept the soil moist. The lettuce bolted in the heat, sending up tall flower stalks, and she let it go to seed for next year's planting. Everything grew with a kind of wild enthusiasm, as if trying to pack all the growth possible into these brief warm months. She harvested in the early mornings and early evenings. The first beans were tender and sweet, snapping cleanly when she bent them. She ate some fresh, cooked quickly over the stove, and dried others for winter storage. The herbs grew bushy and fragrant, and she cut them regularly, hanging bundles from the ceiling to dry. The cabin filled with their scent, sharp and green and alive. The stream ran lower now, having spent its early abundance. She had to walk further along the bank to find a spot deep enough to fill her bucket easily. The water was clearer, slower, warmed slightly by the sun. Sometimes she would sit beside it for a while, watching the water move over the stones, listening to its soft babbling voice. One afternoon, during the hottest part of the day when work was impossible, she carried a cloth to the stream and waded in. The water came to her knees, cold enough to make her gasp. She stood there letting her body adjust, feeling the current press against her legs. Then she sat down, letting the water flow around her waist. The cold was shocking and wonderful, chasing away the heat, making her feel clean and alive. She stayed in the stream until her fingers began to prune, then emerged dripping and shivering despite the warm air. She dried herself with the cloth and sat on the bank in a spot of sunshine, letting the warmth soak back into her skin. A dragonfly landed nearby, its wings catching the light like stained glass. She watched it until it flew away, a flash of iridescent blue disappearing into the trees. The evenings were the finest time of day. The heat would break slightly, and a breeze would move through the trees. She would sit on the porch, often with some task in her hands, shelling beans, mending, carving wood, and watch the long light slant through the forest. Everything would glow golden, and the birds would sing their evening songs, and time would seem to slow even further, to become almost still. She ate dinner late, when it was cool enough to bear the heat from the stove. Simple meals, made from what the garden provided. Salads with lettuce and herbs, beans cooked with onions, squash cut into slices and fried. Sometimes there was wild fruit, blackberries from the brambles that grew along the edge of the clearing, small and intensely sweet. After dinner, she would often walk. Not far, not with any destination, just wandering through the forest in the long twilight. The trees cast complicated shadows, and the air was thick with the sounds of insects and frogs. Sometimes a firefly would drift past, its light winking on and off, and she would follow it for a while, drawn by the mystery of its glow. She had lived through many summers here, enough that they began to blend together in her memory. But each one was also distinct, particular, this exact combination of weather and growth and days never to be repeated. This summer the beans were especially abundant. This summer there was a family of foxes in the woods, and she sometimes glimpsed them in the early morning, the kids tumbling over each other in play. The work of summer was preservation. She dried beans and herbs, made them ready for winter storage. She harvested seeds from the plants she wanted to grow again, carefully selecting the strongest and most productive. She gathered wild plants from the forest, things she had learned to identify and use over the years. Roots and berries, leaves and bark, each with their own properties and purposes. The days fell into a pattern so regular it became almost meditative. Wake, fire, tea, garden. Rest, lunch, tasks, garden. Dinner, evening, fire, bed. Each day a repetition of the one before, and yet each day also unique, full of small variations and minor surprises. A butterfly she hadn't seen before, a cloud formation that caught her attention, the way the light fell differently through the window as the sun's angle slowly changed. She spoke aloud sometimes, even though there was no one to hear. Little observations, comments to herself, fragments of thought given voice. It helped somehow, broke the silence, reminded her that she existed, that she was here. The sound of her own voice was strange and familiar at once, both hers and not hers, echoing slightly in the empty cabin. There were storms sometimes, sudden summer storms that would roll in from the mountains with little warning. The sky would darken, the wind would rise, and then the rain would come in sheets, violent and cleansing. She would secure anything that might blow away, close the shutters, and sit inside listening to the storm rage around her. The thunder would shake the cabin, and lightning would flash through the cracks in the shutters, and she would feel small and vulnerable and also strangely safe, protected by the walls she trusted. After the storms, everything would be fresh and dripping, and the world would smell of ozone and wet earth. She would open the door and look out at the transformed landscape, at the plants bent but not broken, at the water running in rivulets down the path. There was something about the aftermath of storms that she loved, the sense of having survived, of the world being washed clean and ready to begin again. The summer solstice came and went unmarked except by the longest day, the light lingering until almost dark before finally releasing its hold. After that, the days began their slow decline, though it was imperceptible at first, noticeable only over weeks. The woman knew it was happening, knew that summer was already beginning its slide toward autumn, but she didn't think about it much. There was no point in mourning what hadn't ended yet. She continued to work, to tend, to harvest. The garden gave and gave, and she accepted its gifts with gratitude. The sun crossed the sky each day, and she followed its path with her own movements, always adjusting, always adapting to the changing light and heat. The forest hummed with life, everything growing and reproducing and preparing for what came next. Chapter 4: The Turning World of Autumn. The change began subtly, so subtly that at first she almost missed it. A slight crispness in the early morning air, a few leaves on the oak tree that had turned from green to gold. The light shifting, taking on a different quality, more horizontal, more amber. She stood at the window one morning with her tea and realized that autumn was beginning. Not arriving suddenly, but emerging from summer the way dawn emerges from night, gradually, inevitably. The realization filled her with a complex mixture of feelings. Sadness for the ending of summer, anticipation for the changes to come, and a kind of peace in the recognition that the cycle continued, as it always had, as it always would. The work changed with the season. Where summer had been about growth and maintenance, autumn was about harvest and preparation. She spent her days gathering what the garden had produced, processing it for storage. Beans were shelled and dried. Squash was harvested and stored in the cool darkness of the root cellar. Herbs were bundled and hung. The forest transformed around her, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. The leaves changed color, creating a patchwork of yellow and orange and red and brown. She walked her paths and watched the progression, amazed as always by the beauty of decay, by the way the trees blazed bright before letting go. The days grew shorter, the light more slanted. She adjusted her schedule, waking later as the dawn came later, going to bed earlier as the darkness arrived sooner. The rhythm of her life shifted to match the rhythm of the season, and the shift felt natural, appropriate, right. She gathered wood more urgently now, knowing winter was coming. She would walk into the forest with a rope and a small saw, looking for deadfall, for trees that had fallen or branches that had broken. She would cut them to size, tie them in bundles, and drag them back to the cabin. It was hard work, and her muscles ached, but it was necessary. The cold was coming, and she needed to be ready. The evenings grew chilly, and she started lighting the fire earlier, letting it burn longer. The warmth was comforting after the coolness of the day. She would sit close to the stove, feeling the heat on her face, watching the flames through the small door. The fire became a companion, something alive and warm in the growing darkness. She harvested the last vegetables from the garden. The squash had grown heavy and hard-skinned, perfect for storage. She carried them one by one to the root cellar, arranging them carefully so air could circulate around them. The beans had dried on their vines, and she pulled the plants up and brought them inside to shell by the fire. The repetitive work was soothing, her hands moving automatically while her mind wandered. The animals of the forest were busy too. She saw squirrels frantically gathering acorns, their cheeks bulging, racing up and down trees with single-minded purpose. Birds gathered in flocks, preparing for migration. Deer moved through the clearing more frequently, eating as much as they could before the scarce times came. Rain fell more often, cold rain that lasted for days. She would stay inside during the worst of it, finding tasks to occupy herself. She sorted through her supplies, taking inventory, making note of what she had and what she might need. She repaired things that had broken during the year, stitched tears in clothing, patched holes in her boots. The sound of rain on the roof became the soundtrack of her days. It was constant, steady, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, but always present. She found it peaceful in a way, the knowledge that the cabin was tight and dry, that she was protected from the wet and cold outside. The rain made the interior feel even more cozy, more like a refuge. One morning, she woke to find the first frost had come. The ground was white with it, and the windows were covered in intricate patterns of ice crystals. She stood at the window for a long time, admiring the delicate beauty of the frost, knowing that it signaled a threshold crossed. The growing season was truly over now. Winter was approaching. She spent a day gathering the last herbs, the ones that could survive a light frost. Rosemary and sage, still green and fragrant. She cut them carefully, thanking them silently as she always did, and brought them inside to dry. The cabin smelled wonderful, filled with the scent of herbs and wood smoke and the earthy smell of stored vegetables. The leaves fell steadily now, creating a thick carpet on the forest floor. She walked through them, hearing the crunch beneath her boots, watching them swirl in the wind. The trees were becoming bare, revealing their bone structure, their true architecture. She found beauty in the bareness, in the simplification, in the way everything was stripped down to essentials. The work of autumn was satisfying in a way that summer work wasn't. In summer, the growth seemed to happen despite her, an explosion of life that she could only guide and tend. In autumn, her work mattered more directly. The food she preserved now would sustain her through winter. The wood she gathered would keep her warm. Every task had clear purpose, clear consequence. She cooked heartier meals now, soups and stews that simmered for hours on the stove, filling the cabin with rich smells. She would add dried beans and stored vegetables, herbs from the hanging bundles, and sometimes wild mushrooms she found on her walks. The hot food was comforting as the days grew colder, warming her from the inside out. The evenings came earlier and earlier. By late afternoon, the light was already fading, and by dinner time, it was fully dark. She lit lamps earlier, used more lamp oil, rationed it carefully, knowing she needed to make her supply last. The light created pools of warmth in the cabin, islands in the darkness, and she moved between them, going about her evening routine. She sat by the fire more, sometimes with her book, but often just watching the flames, thinking or not thinking, letting her mind rest. The fire was hypnotic, constantly changing, never the same from one moment to the next. She could lose herself in watching it, could feel time passing without marking it, could simply be present in the warmth and the light. Some nights the wind would rise, rattling the shutters, moaning around the corners of the cabin. She would lie in bed listening to it, secure under her quilts, grateful for the solid walls around her. The wind spoke in many voices, sometimes angry, sometimes mournful, sometimes simply persistent. She listened to it like a language she almost understood. And autumn continued its work, pulling the world toward winter, stripping away the excess, preparing for the cold. The woman continued her work too, gathering and storing and preparing, making ready for the months ahead. The cycle turned as it always turned, and she turned with it, one small being following the ancient rhythms, doing what needed to be done, living her quiet life in her small cabin in the forest where the seasons moved like tides, inevitable and eternal. Chapter 5. The Deep Silence of Winter. Snow came on a night in late autumn, soft and silent, covering everything in white. The woman woke to find the world transformed, the forest muffled and strange in its new covering. She stood at the window, watching the snow continue to fall, large flakes drifting down through the still air. The trees were laden with it, their branches bent under the weight. She dressed warmly, adding layers, and stepped out onto the porch. The cold took her breath for a moment, sharp and clean. The snow was several inches deep, unmarked except by the delicate tracks of birds. She stood breathing the cold air, feeling it in her lungs, watching her breath make clouds that dissipated quickly. The work changed again. Now it was about conservation, about making what she had last, about staying warm and safe through the cold months. She ventured out less frequently, only when necessary, to gather wood from the woodshed, to fetch water from the stream, though the walk was harder now, the path slippery and uncertain, to check the root cellar, retrieving vegetables for meals. The days were short, the darkness long. She would wake in darkness, build the fire in darkness, and only see light appear hours later, pale and cold through the windows. By mid-afternoon, the light would already be fading, sliding back into darkness. The world felt compressed, squeezed into a few hours of dim daylight, surrounded by night. She adapted her life to the darkness. She slept more, going to bed early and rising late. There was no reason to do otherwise. The cold and dark invited rest, invited stillness. She would lie in bed under piles of quilts, warm and comfortable, listening to the silence outside. The forest was quiet now, most of its creatures sleeping or gone, the birds that stayed quiet and hunkered down. The fire became the center of her world. She tended it carefully, never letting it die completely, adding wood regularly to keep it going. It was her source of heat, her source of light, her companion in the long dark hours. She would sit close to it, so close she could feel the heat on her face, and watch the flames dance and shift. Cooking was simpler in winter. She had her stored supplies, dried beans and grains, root vegetables from the cellar, dried herbs. She made soups and porridge, things that cooked slowly and lasted for days. She would make a large pot and eat from it for several meals, heating portions as needed. The simplicity was fitting for the season, a paring down to essentials. The snow continued to fall periodically, adding to what was already there. She watched it accumulate, transforming the landscape. The clearing disappeared under white. The path to the stream became difficult to follow. The woodshed became a mound of snow with a dark opening. Everything simplified, reduced to basic shapes and forms. She went out less and less. Days would pass when she didn't leave the cabin at all, staying inside in the warmth, finding tasks to occupy her time. She would sit and mend, or work with wood, carving small objects with her knife. Spoons and bowls, simple and functional. The work kept her hands busy, kept her mind occupied, gave her something to do during the endless hours. Sometimes the silence was profound, so complete that it seemed to have weight to press on her ears. She would sit in it, listening to nothing, hearing only her own breathing, her own heartbeat. The silence was both peaceful and unsettling, a reminder of her solitude, of her small existence in the vast, quiet world. Other times the wind would come, breaking the silence with its roar. It would howl around the cabin, drive snow against the windows, make the whole structure creak and groan. On those nights, she would lie awake, listening to the storm, feeling the cabin shake, trusting in its strength. The wind would eventually exhaust itself, would blow itself out, and the silence would return. She read more in winter, going through her small collection of books multiple times. The books were old friends, their stories familiar but still engaging. She would lose herself in them, escape the cabin and the cold and the darkness for a while, live in other worlds, other times. Then she would finish and look up and remember where she was, and the cabin would seem smaller, quieter, more isolated than before. Time moved differently in winter. Without the markers of the sun's movement across the sky, without the changing tasks of the seasons, the days blurred together. She would sometimes lose track of what day it was, would have to think hard to remember, but it didn't matter much. One winter day was much like another. Wake, fire, breakfast, tasks, lunch, tasks, dinner, fire, bed. The routine was comforting in its predictability. She grew thin during winter, as she always did. The stored food was enough, but not abundant, and the cold burned calories. Her clothes hung looser, her face grew more angular. She didn't mind it particularly. It was part of the cycle, part of the rhythm. She would grow round again in summer when the garden produced. For now, she was spare, pared down, like the trees outside stripped of their leaves. The stream partially froze, ice forming along the edges and in the slower sections. She had to break through the ice to fill her bucket, had to be careful not to slip on the icy banks. The water was so cold it hurt to touch, made her hands ache and go numb. She would hurry back to the cabin, her hands wrapped around the bucket handle, feeling the cold seep through her gloves. Back inside, She would warm her hands by the fire, holding them close to the heat until feeling returned, pins and needles at first, then the blessed warmth. She learned to appreciate small comforts more in winter. The warmth of the fire, the taste of hot tea, the softness of her bed. Things that she took for granted in other seasons became precious now, noticed and valued. The winter solstice came, the longest night, and after that the days began slowly growing longer again. The change was imperceptible at first, a matter of minutes, but she knew it was happening. The light would return. Spring would come again, but not yet. Winter still had months to go, still had its work to do. She settled deeper into the quietness. Days would pass when she barely spoke, even to herself. The silence became normal, expected, part of the fabric of winter life. She communicated with the fire, with the cabin, with the forest outside through some wordless understanding that went beyond language. She existed in a space between thought and presence, simply being, simply continuing. Sometimes she would stand at the window for long periods, watching the snow fall, or the wind blow, or the light change. There was nothing urgent to do, nowhere to be, no one expecting anything from her. She was alone with time, and time moved at its own pace, neither fast nor slow, just steadily, endlessly, carrying her through the winter days. She thought about the past sometimes, though the memories felt distant, like stories about someone else. She had lived differently once, in a different place, with different concerns. But that life felt unreal now, impossible to fully remember or recreate. This was her life now. The cabin, the forest, the seasons. This was what was real. The snow would melt slightly on warmer days, then freeze again at night, creating ice that made the world slippery and treacherous. She moved carefully when she went out, testing each step, holding on to things for support. A fall could be dangerous here, alone as she was, far from any help. So she was careful, always careful, moving with deliberate slowness. Some nights the cold was so intense that the cabin creaked and groaned as the wood contracted. She would pile more wood on the fire, burrow deeper under her quilts, and wait for morning. The cold was a presence, something she could feel trying to get in, pressing against the walls and windows. But the cabin held it out, kept her safe, and she was grateful. She noticed small changes as winter progressed. The light staying a little longer each day. The snow becoming more granular, less fluffy. The birds returning to the feeder she kept filled outside her window. Chickadees mostly, small and brave, pecking at the seeds even in the coldest weather. She watched them, admired their resilience, felt kinship with their determination to survive. The stored food diminished slowly but steadily. She kept careful track, rationing appropriately, making sure she would have enough to last until spring. The beans in the jar grew fewer. The root vegetables in the cellar dwindled. But there was enough. There was always enough. She had learned over the years how much to store, how to make it last. She carved more during the deep winter, sitting by the fire with a piece of wood and her knife, slowly revealing the form hidden within. She made spoons with long handles and deep bowls, carved spirals into handles just for decoration, just for beauty. The work was meditative, requiring focus but not thought, allowing her mind to rest while her hands moved. February arrived. though she was never quite certain of the exact date. The calendar she kept was approximate at best, marked by her best guesses and occasional certainties. But February felt different from January, felt like winter beginning to loosen its grip even though the cold persisted. There was something in the quality of light, something in the way the snow looked, that spoke of eventual ending. She began to think about spring, about the garden, about what she would plant and where. The planning occupied her mind during the long evenings, gave her something to think about besides the cold and dark. She imagined the seeds sprouting, the plants growing, the harvest to come. The future as promise, as hope, as continuation of the cycle. More birds appeared, passing through on their way north. She would hear their calls, unfamiliar songs from travelers, and feel connected to something larger, some great movement of life across the continent. The birds were heading toward summer, toward breeding grounds, toward the work of creating the next generation. And she was part of that same world, following the same rhythms, even in her isolated cabin. The snow began to settle and compact, no longer fluffy but dense and heavy. Walking on it became easier in some ways, harder in others. It would support her weight sometimes. Other times she would break through and sink to her knees. She learned to read it, to see which areas were safe and which were not. And winter continued, would continue for weeks yet, but now with the promise of ending visible on the horizon. The woman continued too, living her days, tending her fire, eating her simple meals, sleeping her long nights. The cabin held her through the cold, the forest surrounded her with its white silence, and time moved forward, always forward, carrying everything with it toward spring, toward summer, toward autumn, toward winter again, the great wheel turning, endless and patient and sure. Chapter 6. The Space Between Seasons. March arrived, or what she believed was March, bringing with it a strange quality of light that seemed to belong neither to winter nor to spring. The snow remained, but had changed character, becoming gray and heavy, pocked with dirt and debris. The air held a different smell, still cold, but with something underneath, something that hinted at thaw and mud and green things waiting. She found herself restless in ways she hadn't been during the deep winter. Then, the stillness had felt appropriate, had matched something in her own nature. Now she felt the stirring of energy, the desire to move, to begin, to prepare. But it was too early. The ground was still frozen beneath the snow. The garden was still impossible. She had to wait, and waiting was harder now than it had been. She walked more, even though the conditions were difficult. The snow would hold her weight for a few steps, then suddenly give way, plunging her knee-deep into cold wetness. Her boots would fill with snow that melted against her skin. But she walked anyway, driven by something she couldn't name, needing to move through the forest to see what changes were happening, to witness the slow transformation. The stream ran higher as snow melted from the mountains, the water dark and fast and loud. She stood beside it, watching it rush past, carrying away the winter. The sound was different from summer's gentle babble or autumn's steady flow. This was urgent, powerful, the voice of water freed from ice, going somewhere with purpose and speed. She noticed other changes. Patches of bare ground appearing where the sun hit strongest. Icicles on the cabin roof dripping during the day, growing longer, then breaking and falling. The birds singing more, their voices different, more insistent, claiming territories, calling for mates. Spring was coming, not yet arrived, but definitely approaching, definitely on its way. The nights were still cold, still required the fire burning strong, but the days grew almost warm sometimes, especially when the sun shone. She would sit on the porch on those days, face turned toward the sun, eyes closed, feeling the warmth on her skin like a promise. The contrast between the warm sun and the cold air was strange and pleasant, a reminder that the world was never one thing, but always multiple things at once, holding contradictions easily. She began to think more concretely about the garden, about preparing beds and starting seeds. But it was still too early. Fall, spring, she reminded herself. The real cold would return, at least once more before winter truly released its hold. She had learned this over the years, had learned not to trust the first warm days, to wait, to be patient even when patience was difficult. The waiting had a quality of suspension, of being between one thing and another, belonging fully to neither. Not winter anymore, but not spring yet either. A liminal time, a threshold time. She existed in it, neither pulling forward nor holding back, simply present in the in-between. The stored food was running low now, but carefully rationed it would last. She made her meals even simpler, even more sparse, eating just enough to maintain her strength. The hunger was manageable, and she knew that soon the greens would appear, the first wild edibles of spring, and she could supplement her stores with fresh food. Soon, but not yet. She cleaned the cabin more thoroughly than she had during the deep winter, driven by some nesting instinct, some desire to prepare space for the new season. She swept every corner, washed the windows until they gleamed, organized her shelves, mended the last torn things. The work gave her something to do with the restless energy that was building. At night she would lie in bed listening to the sounds of melting, of water dripping and running, of snow sliding off the roof in heavy wet clumps. The forest was waking up around her, the frozen world becoming liquid again, moving again, alive again in ways it hadn't been for months. Some days fog would roll in, thick and white, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. She would move through it like moving through dreams, unable to see where she was going, navigating by memory and feel. The fog muffled all sound, created a bubble of silence around her, made the world seem smaller and stranger. Other days the sun would shine brilliant and strong, making the remaining snow blindingly bright. She would squint against the glare, her eyes watering, amazed at the intensity of light after the dim days of winter. The light felt aggressive, overwhelming, too much after months of darkness and softness. She found the first sign of spring on a walk through the forest, a patch of ground where the snow had fully melted, and there, pushing up through the dead leaves, were small green shoots. She knelt beside them, touching them gently with one finger, feeling their aliveness. They were so small, so fragile, and yet they had pushed through frozen ground and layers of leaves to reach the light. Their determination moved her almost to tears. After that she looked more carefully, searching for other signs. Buds swelling on branches, the faintest hint of green in the grass, Insects beginning to move in the brief warm periods. Life returning, slowly but surely, unstoppable and patient and inevitable. The woman felt her own life responding, felt herself beginning to emerge from the hibernation of winter. She was still tired, still thin, still marked by the months of cold and darkness. But underneath, something was stirring, some energy returning, some readiness for the work ahead. The cycle was turning again, and she was turning with it, moving from ending into beginning, from dormancy into growth. And the days continued to lengthen. The sun continued to climb higher. The snow continued to shrink and disappear. The world held itself in that peculiar balance, that moment of transformation, neither one thing nor another, but both at once. And the woman lived in it, part of it, witness to it, waiting for what came next with patience born of many seasons, many cycles, many years of watching the world turn and turn and turn again, without end, without hurry, simply moving forward through time toward summer, toward autumn, toward winter, toward spring again. The endless patient rhythm of existence, continuing, always continuing. As the light grew stronger and the darkness grew shorter, and the frozen earth began slowly, slowly, to soften and warm, preparing to receive seeds, preparing to grow, preparing to live again.